Buongiorno, 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 benvenuti su Slave Princess. Che, devo dire, inizia proprio in una maniera interessante. Slave Princess è un giochino che io e Barbara abbiamo beccato qualche tempo fa durante una delle varie conferenze. Non mi ricordo se quella delle 3 o forse della Gamescom addirittura. In cui mostravano questa specie di visual novel, la definirei, in cui il protagonista raggiungeva la principessa segregata nel castello, come in moltissime favole che ormai tutti conosciamo da bambini, e quello che doveva fare era ucciderla. Ora, è un modo peculiare di iniziare la storia ed è per questo che mi ha attirato parecchio. Sono venuto però a scoprire, quando ho richiesto la chiave per recensirlo e quando finalmente me l'hanno mandata, che questo gioco non è una roba, sai, simpatichella della serie uccidi la principessa, oh oh. E come si potrebbe intuire dalla schermata che abbiamo qui davanti, potrebbe esserci un po' di angoscia, perché non ve ne ho fatta vedere un'altra di schermata subito prima, che riportava al sito degli sviluppatori, in cui c'è una lista di trigger warning, e non sono pochi, ve lo posso garantire perché sono andato di persona a vedere sul sito, non sono pochi. Perciò, messe le mani avanti, questo gioco non sarà una roba leggera, o almeno sembra non volerlo essere, poi vedremo effettivamente nella realtà dei fatti quanto questo andrà a influire. Qualsiasi orrore troverai in questi spazi bui, fatti coraggio e vai avanti. Non ci sono finali prematuri, non ci sono decisioni sbagliate, ci sono solamente nuove prospettive e nuovi inizi. Questa è una storia d'amore, che non so quanto ti voglio credere, onestamente. Però, vabbè, io non vedo il cursore. Bello, divertente. Non vedo il cursore. Voi lo vedete lì? Io no, però. Perché non vedo il cursore? Così. Proviamo col game capture. Ok. Ok, io adesso lo vedo, vediamo se riesce a catturare il gioco. Ah no, certo che non lo cattura, se non gli do invio. Ok. Un po'. Ok, perfetto. È perfetto. Non proprio. C'è un pixel di troppo. Tutto nero qua. Ok, a posto. Allora, vediamo un attimino le impostazioni. Abbiamo window full screen, skip, vabbè, questa roba probabilmente ci servirà dopo. Put menu visibility, ok. Boil effect. Non so cosa sia boil effect. Flickering images, ok. Io spero di non cagarmi sotto, perché è definito horror e horror psicologico dalla pagina di Steam, se non sbaglio. Vado a dare un'occhiata, giusto per ricordarmi, però, come potreste sapere, non ho un buon rapporto con gli horror. E forse c'è un motivo per il quale ho deciso di iniziarlo il sabato mattina questo gioco e non la sera, come la maggior parte dei giochi che porto sul canale. Horror psicologico, horror. E scelte con conseguenze, perfetto, quindi di base. Iniziamo. Capitolo 1. L'eroe e la principessa. Noi siamo l'eroe, siamo
You're
proprio...
on a path in the woods,
Aspetta,
and at the end of that path is a
può alzare un po'. Al massimo, che palle. Cabin in the basement of the cabin of Ah beh, iniziamo proprio veloci, ok? Proprio va bene. Datemi un attimo, qui volevo vedere una robetta. Eccolo qua. C'è il mio microfono che era un po' bassino rispetto a quello che avrebbe dovuto essere. Ok, adesso dovrebbe andare meglio. Allora, vai.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ok. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess? Ma quante cazzo di scelte ci sono? Ma scusami? No, beh, ok, partiamo con calma. Di cosa stai parlando?
Talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
She's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her. Do you have any evidence to back it up? Esatto, cioè, hai delle prove? Perché così...
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task?
Magari sto facendo una
Made it this far,
passeggiata.
you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Va bene, sì. Non mi hai dato la prova, però. Sì. Cioè, magari... Sono indeciso fra queste due. Vediamo se mi dà una risposta.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it.
Quindi il problema non è lei, ma il problema avviene nel momento in cui esce fuori dalla cabina? Eh sì, esatto,
The more
spiega.
specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
Però non mi stai spiegando niente. Continua a non darmi una risposta precisa, questa cosa non mi piace.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
Ok.
Before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Ok.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Va bene.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Because yeah, maybe I'm okay with the world ending. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? I'll talk to her. She's busy, say she. I'm not commit to anything until I've ever the chance to meet her. Tell me what to do, sweet. I always want to Oddio! Oddio, avvocato. Forse un po' è vero, eh? Forse un po' è vero. Forse un po' è vero. Però vorrei prima parlarci.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Forse c'è un po' troppa luce adesso. Meglio abbassare la tapparella.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Insomma. Entriamo. Vediamo un po' la situa. Io ho già visto cagando sotto, nel caso non si fosse notato,
The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Ok.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ma, cioè, è stato tutto preparato sin dall'inizio per il mio arrivo? Va bene, prendiamo il coltello, che non si sa mai.
It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Ok, entriamo. Oh, è cambiato il puntatore.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Sì, in effetti non mi sembra particolarmente spaventata dalla
Don't let it
situazione.
fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Ciao, penso di essere qui per ammazzarti?
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Ok, non mi sembra precisamente la principessa spaventata e bisognosa d'aiuto che mi ero immaginato.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
A posto. Sono stato sincero, la sincerità ripaga di
Walk
solito.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
Non pensiamo alla figa, cioè, guardala come separata dalla sua bellezza, per
You
favore.
weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Beh, non necessariamente. Possiamo discuterne, forse. Non ho ancora deciso di base.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Possiamo parlare anche con un...
Look how
Pugnale in mano.
reasonable she's being.
Grazie.
You should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Vero. Vero. Però... Cioè, io... Lo terrei. Facciamo un quick save. Io lo terrei.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
Parliamo, ma con il coltello.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Ok. Non stai aiutando
I'm
la causa.
probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Possiamo parlare un attimino, discutere la cosa, il perché sei pericolosa e ste robe qui.
So close. Don't give up. You've come this far.
Non voglio partire in
No, this is a
quarta.
good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Esatto, perché mi sembra abbastanza incazzatella, però...
Oh, threatened are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
Non ho intenzione di lasciarla...
Then I'm not talking to you.
Ma perché? Ma non ha senso? Allora niente, siamo nel pass.
I guess we are.
Che facciamo?
Love of everything. Just slay her.
Fatti i cazzi tuoi. Fatti i cazzi,
Or
lascia
drop the
fare.
blade. Do something.
No, io ti tengo qua. Stiamo qua all'infinito,
Stare
eh.
at the princess, squinting fiercely.
Non volevo squintare fiercely, volevo solamente guardarla.
She squints.
Ah, che faccia! Giusto così.
The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you? You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
Va bene. Lasciamo l'arma.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Ok. Non voglio avvicinarmi, ma perché?
You step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Ma io questa cosa non la volevo fare. Non volevo avvicinarmi. Non... No, perché? Io però vorrei alzare un pochino ancora il volume perché la voce è davvero bassa. È davvero bassa.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Ok.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Abbastanza, sì. Sono qui perché in teoria mi hanno detto... Ah no, infatti, usiamo questo. Cioè, dicono che tu voglia terminare il mondo. Tu che ne pensi?
Don't just tell her that.
Perché no? L'ha detto lei stessa.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
L'hai detto tu. Non mi sembravi così in disaccordo poco fa.
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No. Però hanno detto che non sei tu a sterminare il mondo, ma è quello che succede se esci fuori. No, puoi dirmelo tu?
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Vero?
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
Noi due non abbiamo un cazzo going on, cioè, specifichiamolo, non è che siamo fratelli amici.
Me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
Questo è vero, questa è una grossa mancanza.
That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
Vero?
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
Vero, vero.
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
Non lo so ancora,
She's wrong.
sto cercando di
This
capirlo.
isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Qual è il tuo nome?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
No. Però così no.
Again, she offers no specifics.
girano i
No
coglioni.
matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Perché sono tutti così fumosi? Da quant'è che stai qua?
Too long.
Non... Che fastidio. Che fastidio che nessuno dei due mi dà delle risposte specifiche. Cioè, io lo dico perché effettivamente mi sta dando fastidio, però anche a livello di gameplay, ok? Non va bene questa cosa, secondo me. E il motivo è molto semplicemente uno. Io non ho... O meglio... Quando un gioco offre una scelta al giocatore, una scelta importante, deve essere una scelta meaningful, deve avere un senso questa scelta. E avere un senso significa che il giocatore deve prendere la sua decisione in base a quello che vuole fare, ok? Vi faccio un esempio, la scelta finale di Life is Strange è una scelta meaningful, Perché tu hai dei pro e dei contro da entrambe le parti e devi decidere quale pro è più pro e quale contro è meno contro. Per quanto ti riguarda. Devi fare una scelta. Quella scelta è chiara. Tu sai cosa succederà nel momento in cui prenderai quella decisione, o se prenderai viceversa l'altra, e sai quali saranno le conseguenze. Perché? Perché il gioco ti ha spiegato come vanno le cose. Ti ha spiegato cosa sarebbe successo in quel frangente, cosa succederà a certi personaggi nel momento in cui dovessi prendere una scelta o l'altra. È chiaro, ok? Qui io devo prendere una decisione basata sul nulla. Ma questa principessa, come fa a distruggere il mondo? Non ti interessa. E parlo con lei. Ma quindi è vero che vuoi distruggere il mondo? Lascia stare. Come ti chiami? Non è importante. Ma perché sei qua? Da quanto? Non sono fatti tuoi. Cioè, a me non mi dici un cazzo nessuno. Io piglio e me ne vado, mo. La lascio qui, così lei non esce, non distruggo il mondo. E sono a posto, no? Cioè, se me ne vado, teoricamente è l'unica cosa sensata che posso fare. Perché per ora il narratore non mi ha dato risposte e quindi non mi fido. Lei è una stronza e quindi non mi fido. Che devo fare? Qual è il mio obiettivo da giocatore?
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
Sì, ti mollo qui e me ne vado, ho deciso.
You know why you're here.
Sì, me ne vado e ti lascio qua.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Come? Non l'ha trovata finora? Quale variabile cambierà?
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
Ma dammi una buona motivazione,
And
cazzo.
if you
Cioè,
don't-
piuttosto menti. Menti. Non ha più senso se menti,
I
no?
can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
Vabbè, sei una stronza però,
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Io ti lascio qua. Cioè, tu sei una stronza. Però anche il fatto che il narratore non mi dice niente non mi convince. Ti lascio qua.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
È proprio quello l'obiettivo. Io non voglio far vincere né te né la
It's a chance
principessa.
we'll have to take. We can make this work if we just stay here and keep watch. No one has to die.
Vero?
You're making a mistake.
Qualsiasi scelta prenderò sarà un errore, no?
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
Ah, ok, ho ripreso il coltello.
It won't
Meno
be
male.
long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. Do you hear the conviction in her voice?
Perché parla così basso?
I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
No. Io rimango della mia idea.
Death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Huh?
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Fuck.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
Mi piace un sacco che il suono della porta colpita sia deep fried, tipo, perché non è secco, non è un colpo buono, è proprio rovinato. È molto interessante come scelta stilistica.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I
Bello.
won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
Fantastico.
You won't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
Ok.
No, it doesn't.
No. Me ne sbatti i coglioni e vado a dormire. A posto così.
Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it.
Non lo so.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping
Tua sorella.
me out of that awful basement.
Ma non ho fatto niente io. Che vuol dire? Grazie per avermi aiutato.
You try
Ehi,
and stumble
stiamo
to your
calmi,
feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as
Stai
though
lontana.
your body simply stops working.
Calma.
It isn't all at once.
Calmati.
The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Io però vorrei diminuire un po' sound volume e music volume, così magari si sente un po' meglio. Che cazzo dici?
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
Sì, ma ricordati che non t'ho fatto del
She
male.
steps
Poi,
closer. One silent
po'
footfall
stortino il
at a
braccio,
time,
signorina.
cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Feel your organs shutting down one by one. È una frase molto potente.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Ma...
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ah, dai. Oh, capitolo 2. L'incubo.
You're on a path in the woods,
Ok.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Musichetta cambiata. Ho un senso di déjà vu.
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he
Ah.
doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us?
Voice of the Paranoid?
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Ok. Pretty sure this whole thing literally just
We
happened.
could go back
Sì.
and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's
The
just
world.
agree to disagree.
Let's say I'm telling you the truth, and all of this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
Sì,
Let's
grazie.
say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't.
Ok.
All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well, then,
Non ha funzionato
congratulations.
benissimo.
You've been given another chance to actually do this right. and your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways,
Okay.
I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like
Prendere
you're
il
making
culo.
a rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
È stato distrutto,
Do you
immagino.
think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
Ok, parliamo un po' della principessa. Mi dai qualche informazione in più, gentilmente? You shut down all of my organs. What the hell am I supposed to do about that? So she's just... How can you possibly justify saying that? She's clearly something far, far worse.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
No. No. A parte che effettivamente è riuscito a bloccarmi qualsiasi organo, quindi
Like I said, if she
forse dovremmo
killed you,
farci
it was
qualcosa.
probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
No. Innanzitutto dimmi chi è che l'ha messa lì
People
dentro.
locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
For we couldn't they slay her? E infatti, no, in effetti questa cosa non ci ho pensato, cioè... Huh?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
Non vi fidate mai di quelli che vi dicono che siete speciali. Mai.
You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative.
Bravo.
Why are you trying to manipulate us?
Bravo.
Oh, I kinda like being special.
È vero, sì, ed è per questo che te lo dicono, perché ti piace.
Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job.
Vabbè, quello sicuro.
We don't.
Però
You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave.
infatti
I've told you everything you need to know.
non è
Going
vero.
into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
Ma non è vero.
If you want us to
Mi
stand a
convincerebbe
chance
se mi
against
dicessi
her, we
le
need to be
cose
armed with
giuste.
information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
Le due cose non sono necessariamente vere, però va bene.
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here.
Ok.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Beh, se me ne vado lei non può attaccarmi. Tecnicamente. No? Cioè, io vorrei trovare una via che non sia uccidere la principessa per salvarmi la vita. Però probabilmente lei uscirà comunque e sarà un disastro. Però almeno non avrò rotture di cazzo in prima persona. Cioè, morirò insieme a tutti gli altri se devo morire.
This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave?
Precisamente.
Do you even know where you're going?
No. Presidente, così che no. Kevin talks to the maybe I'll slay her, maybe one, I guess we'll see. Definitely know where I'm going. Nope. It depends where I'm not going. I mean, esatto, no, capito. The world ending here. Coming with the new W. No. Però l'importante è che non vado alla cabina.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Yes.
That's strange. It looks like this path also...
Pezzi di merda!
How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Bravi. È così semplice e così stronza e così giusta questa scelta. A livello di narrativa e di design che... Kudos. Andiamocene di nuovo, vediamo che succede.
Wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
A me non me ne frega un cazzo.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again.
Ooh.
But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on?
Oh.
Where are we?
Pensavo mi avrebbe
It's finally happened,
riportato...
hasn't it? We finally cracked.
Pensavo mi avrebbe riportato alla cabina. Sarò sincero. Alla cabina, alla baita. Quel cazzo che è. Cosa... Well, is in one. It's physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulation pulls louder as something other comes close. Quelle sono mani? Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you, and it's something empty I can crawl inside of. It's something shaped like me. Ok, questo immagino che sia tipo il mostro che c'è dentro la principessa. Embrace the thoughts constricting you. Proviamo a svegliarci. Non è un incubo. Fuck!
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path...
The real Slay the Princess starts here. You'll
and
see
in
when
the
you...
basement of that cabin is a princess.
Ok.
You're here to slay her.
Ok, possiamo skippare adesso. Finalmente. Perché vuol dire che abbiamo raggiunto... Abbiamo raggiunto il primo ending. Però lì diceva che inizia adesso. Fammi vedere un attimo lo skip. Unseen text? No. After choices? No. Unseen text? No. After choices? Transitions? No, vabbè, lasciamolo così. Ok. Have you got maybe? Some warfare? Continuiamo.
You make your way up
Proceed, va bene.
the interior.
Ok. Prendiamo il coltello.
You take the blade from
Entriamo. C'è un tasto per skippare, tipo tenere il
her
punto.
voice carries up the stairs.
Ok, control. Ciao.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Ok. Ciao.
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist,
There you
binding
are.
her to the far wall of the basement.
Che facciamo? Beh, mi sembra che il momento sia arrivato, cioè nel senso ci abbiamo provato a parlarne, ci abbiamo provato a trovare altre soluzioni. Mi sa che c'è poco da fare, si deve fare.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
No talking there, fine, whatever makes you think you can kill me.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Posso lanciarlo volendo, no?
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Sei sicuro che non sia armata?
I'm positive.
Okay.
I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before
Vero.
she can use it.
E poi da dove lo tira fuori?
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
No.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck.
Ma che cavaliere del cazzo sei? L'hai caricata con un coltello in mano. Questa qua ha avuto il tempo di tirare fuori il suo coltellino dalla manica e attaccare. Vabbè, ma sei un fallito del cazzo, Dio santo.
Your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
Sei un fallito del cazzo. No.
With the last bit of your will, you
Vai.
press forward, sinking the blade
Ce l'abbiamo
deep
fatta.
into the princess's heart.
Viva noi. Abbiamo vinto?
Oh,
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Non è la faccia di una persona che è appena stata uccisa quella.
somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
Forse? Ci speravo?
She's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Capitolo 2, il rasoio.
You're on a path in
Che
the
un
woods,
altro
and at the end of that path
capitolo 2
is
rispetto
a
a quello di
cabin.
prima.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Ok, quindi le tue scelte ti portano a capitoli diversi. Non è il capitolo 2 in sé che cambia, è che ci sono più capitoli 2.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ok. Sono
I can
morto.
assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I
Sì.
literally told you that a second ago. If she
Okay.
doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Voice of the cheated. Quindi adesso non abbiamo più il paranoico, abbiamo il fregato.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Pezzo di merda, non sei un narratore onnisciente.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she didn't. But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us to death.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons.
Il
So
cazzo.
there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Però adesso sappiamo che ha il coltello, quindi possiamo fare attenzione, no? So why should bother doing
Those are
anything?
two very different.
Allora,
Let's
questo
say
abbiamo
you
già.
died last time, which probably only happened. We did exactly. Sounds to me like you probably had some kind of elaborate nightmare. In which case, I shouldn't be held accountable for what supposedly happened. But congratulations, and I believe your other question was something. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Yes, had you failed? Screw
Questo
this.
l'abbiamo.
Who cares what happened to everyone else? She's not going to play fair, so we should do what we can to save ourselves and just get out of here.
At least you know not to trust her, but you do realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? If you turn around and leave, you're dooming yourself as well as everyone else. She just caught us by surprise last time. She can't do that twice.
Okay.
So long as we're careful, we can win this.
Va
That's
bene.
the spirit. Just keep that stiff upper lip, and you'll save the world in no time.
Ok, parliamo della principessa. We killed each other last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't happen again?
Like I
Sì.
said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to her.
Non è vero!
Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Pezzo
Oh, and
di
don't
merda.
get stabbed while you're at it.
Ok. Ok, proviamo a vedere
She
questo.
just can. But she's still only a princess. You're fully up to the task you've been given, so long as you remember that.
Ok. Vabbè,
Right, now
andiamo. Proseguiamo.
a warning before you go any further.
Ok.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you. We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful.
Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Entriamo.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
È lo specchio?
That's because there isn't a mirror.
Oh.
There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this extra noise.
No, io vorrei andare a vedere cosa c'è nello specchio. Me ne
Walk up to
pentirò,
the wall next to the
certo.
basement.
Però,
It's a
still,
wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
wipe the mirror clean.
You reach
Oh,
forward
fuck.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Ma infatti stavo notando che il puntatore ha il dito uncinato. Cioè, quella è un'unghia.
But it was there a second ago.
Now it's gone.
Ma
Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place.
siamo noi il mostro? Sì, questa cabina, cioè questo posto è molto diverso
Very
dall'ultima volta.
different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Non
So
lo so,
focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Pigliamo questa
You take the blade
quest'arma.
from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Sono d'accordo.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
That's right. Scraping. I told you she has something. I told you.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so
Insomma.
wrong with that voice.
E in effetti è un po' strano.
Yeah. She thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final
Oh.
step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us.
Però è diversa dalla
Oh,
principessa
that
dell'altra
threatening edge to
volta.
her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Quante cazzo di opzioni ci sono? Sono tantissime. Princess. Ti ricordi cosa è successo l'ultima volta?
Last time, if somebody came into my house and tried to kill me and I cut his neck open and then he stabbed me in the heart and we both died looking in each other's eyes, well, surely I would remember that.
Ok.
But I don't remember it,
Che
so
faccia
it
è?
must not have happened.
Che faccia è? Non ci stai neanche provando.
About a past life experience that clearly didn't happen.
Ma dai.
It's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth.
I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember.
Certo.
Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
Ma ha appena descritto per filo e per segno quello che è successo nell'altra realtà. Vabbè. Quindi ti ricordi di me?
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again?
Sì. Sì, mi sembra decisamente quello che fare.
Just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
Se cerchiamo di essere onesti l'uno con l'altro e evitiamo di accoltellarci a vicenda.
That doesn't sound like me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her.
Sono consapevole di questa cosa, sì.
Certainly feels threatening.
Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who
Che
is
cazzate.
armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
So che hai un coltello, mollalo e ti faccio uscire.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife?
Non mi stai mostrando le mani. Nel senso, in mano? Potresti averlo in mano e averlo nascosto dietro la schiena?
And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could
Okay.
have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
Ancora? Ti odio. Provami che non hai un coltello.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you. But I don't have one, so I can't.
Non fare questi giri del cazzo.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
E non ho neanche le maniche.
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too. Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
Ma che cazzo di ragionamento è? E se lo stai nascondendo da un'altra parte?
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Ok.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious.
Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We
Sì.
know for a fact she's armed.
Sì. Vorrei fidarmi, ma sei un po' sus.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh?
Non stai rispondendo.
Silly little bird face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me.
In effetti c'ha ragionina,
I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
Vero.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now?
You're acting like you are.
My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, and will continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Non litigate, bambini, per favore. Non so come aprire.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find a key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you better come right within close staring distance just to be sure.
Non lo so. Non è che tu mi abbia convinto tantissimo.
I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
È vero. Se mi avvicino mi accoltelli, vero?
What? No!
No,
I
ma
didn't stab
figurati.
you. I am just a
Scemo.
sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason.
Ok.
And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to not stabbing distance to help me. Okay, I'm bored now.
Ok.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... shit.
Che cazzo di spavento!
The princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm, her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion.
Ma come cazzo?
So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
Ma è un braccio bionico con una spada dentro?
Sorry of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from continuing her advance, at least for a moment. She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion. And then she slices through her
Cazzo!
arm. Okay, maybe we aren't safe here.
Ma cazzo!
She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace. Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it.
E beh.
And use it to you.
Insomma.
But unfortunately for you and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched.
Però...
You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense. She's even better at this than she was last time.
E beh, l'altra volta aveva solo un coltellino, sto giro c'ha una spada che è grande a 3 metri.
Cheater.
E infatti, sei una stronza, non vale
I'm
così.
going to kill you now.
Però non vale.
With a squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Ma dai, non è giusto. Capitolo 3. La corsa alle armi.
You're on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time.
Dove cazzo siamo, più che altro?
Fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting?
Che
Who holds
figo.
the cards now?
Oh, che figo.
Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's unfortunately how reality works.
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
Voice of the Hunted. Oh,
What's the point of
Voice of the
fighting if
Broken.
you're just going to win every time? It hurts being sliced to pieces. We're better off just sitting up here and doing nothing.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third?
Fai quinta.
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realise that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right?
Ho capito, che ci devo fare? Quella c'ha la spada
Right, that's too much
massacrante.
responsibility.
I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world.
Let's just stay focused, shall we?
Datemi un attimo, arrivo subito. Acqua recuperato.
The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it.
Sì,
Okay,
come di
sure, you
default.
take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Ok, si sta sbrigando.
We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually.
Sì, beh, prima o
And
poi.
what if we never do?
Don't be like that. I know things are hard right now, but we got to stay positive. If they're confident, then I'm confident. So, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to?
Ma c'è solo lo
I'd love to
specchio.
get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
Make
Avviciniamoci.
your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying.
Ma
twice.
no, ma non
Let's
pare
just fumble
così.
for the
dai.
handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Voice of the Cheated, quella che mi sta più simpatica, cioè quella che mi rappresenta di più, penso.
You reach
Eccoci
forward
qua.
and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
E
It was
infatti,
never there. Just an illusion.
Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll...
il cazzo, fra. Vediamo com'è messa sto giro.
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles
Ehi
into
là,
the basement floor
salve.
and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance.
Ma è ancora
Gives
diversa.
you a wry smile.
Cioè, almeno il vestito. E non aveva la corona prima.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore.
Perfetto.
But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
A posto.
Fun for her, maybe. I didn't like dying all over again. Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win.
Insomma, mi sa
once.
che un paio di mondi sono finiti
Nothing
per
bad
colpa
has come
nostra.
of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin.
Facciamo due.
People there
Oh.
mattered.
4.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now.
Vero.
Your internal
Vabbè.
being is cut short
E allora,
by the
però.
sound of slicing meat.
Che
The
cazzo.
princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves.
Ma cos'è? È diventato cyberpunk, è diventato.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
E che devo fare? Non ho ancora scelto.
Over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us, and I'm out of ideas.
We're going to appeal to our authority for a bit. There's no reason we can talk this out. I'm going to try flirting with her. She's worth for We're panicking. Che cazzo dobbiamo fare? Sta qua c'ha due spade al posto delle braccia. È dual wielder, noi abbiamo un coltellino del cazzo. She can't work this if we don't let herself feel it. Can us rest? Let's beat her to it. Questa è un'ottima idea. Questa è un'ottima idea. Ma ammazzo da solo così lei non può vincere. Non lo so. Proviamo a flirtare con lei. Magari funziona, non lo so.
Now, I've tolerated quite a bit from you, but this is a bridge too far.
E vedi, ci provo.
Don't try romancing the princess.
È una visual
She wants to
novel.
kill you. She's going to end the world if you don't stop her.
Ma tanto non possiamo batterla al suo gioco.
Yeah, do we have to flirt with the murderous monster?
Era meglio la prima versione senza lame al posto delle braccia,
I'd rather
forse.
not. It's not like she wants us anyway.
I'm fine with it. Let's see where this goes.
A sto punto. Esatto. Give her the look. Hey. Oddio, sono estremamente indeciso fra the look o chiederle se prima vuole offrirmi una cena. Dai, la cena o la cena o lo sguardo, cazzo. La cena o lo sguardo. Quick save. Non posso salvare. Posso salvare, ok, ecco qua, che non si vede. Ok. Vado con the look.
Good look.
Non ci crede manco lui.
The look. We've all used it.
Yeah, do you not know about the look?
Even I know about the look.
You flash the princess the look. And a rosy blush rushes to the princess's cheeks as she breaks into a wide grin. Unbelievable.
È arrossita.
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I feel that. I like you too. Neat.
Oh, be
Bene.
damned, this is actually going to work, isn't it?
Sì, ce l'abbiamo fatta.
Still going to kill you.
Oh.
But now we can both enjoy a mutual romantic subtext to the murder.
Or not.
At least she likes us. I've never been liked before.
No, dai, non dire così.
Blush still glowing in her cheeks. The princess closes the distance between you, blades flashing. She skewers you.
Eccoci qua.
Ow. What worthwhile romance doesn't hurt at least a little bit? What matters is that she likes us. She's even said as much.
Una nuova voce.
Oh, a new one of us.
Eccoci.
I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
Aspetta, voglio salvare questo qua e poi voglio capire cosa succede se le chiedo di... se le chiedo di uscire a cena. Sono curioso di... Oh no, cazzo! Faccio il quick load. Ok, eccoci qua.
A rosy blush.
Ok.
flushes.
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I think.
Oh, be damned.
Ok, è la stessa identica cosa. Ah, ok, niente. Mi
Oh,
cambia
no,
solamente
at
una
least
linea di
she
dialogo.
blushed still.
Va bene, vai. No, non voglio validare. Ok.
No, you...
I think we're dead, and that's all we'll ever be. Dead, 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 dead.
Ma qualcuno mi spiega come che sta qua c'ha 2 scimitarre al posto delle braccia adesso? Cioè, prima era una Banshee, tipo era insomma una strega, una roba terribile, ma non aveva 2 lame.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
Ho capito.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
Oh, che carina.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
Beh, no, per ora non è che abbia funzionato tantissimo questa idea. Noi siamo sempre noi e lei continua a essere sempre più terrificante.
As long as we keep moving.
Prima era un coltello, poi una spada al posto di un braccio, adesso ha 2 spade al posto di 2 braccia.
We'll win her heart eventually.
Ah, esatto.
Oh, great. So it's going to get even more crowded. Even more deluded voices that think we might stand any kind of chance.
Come on, show me something new.
We're going to appeal to the authority, preferably we're panicking. We're going to let her stop us. We're going to have stipper. M'ammazzo. Ah. It doesn't work and she kills you again and again and again and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
Then you skewer yourself.
Quante sono? Quante cazzo sono quelle spade?
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. We just have to hit her harder.
She skewers you.
Eccoci qua.
You'll have to be trickier than that.
Just panic. Flee.
She
Ah,
skewers
queste sono tutte le altre opzioni.
You don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
Do you see that? We almost had her.
Insomma.
That was luck.
Insomma.
We only have to get lucky once.
She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels.
Questa era l'opzione dell'attaccarla, farmi stabbare e poi stabbare lei.
She skewers you.
Però vince comunque lei.
Ooh, not
Sì, vedi.
bad.
Questa è
Real
l'opzione in cui
tough.
panichiamo. No, scusa, questa è l'opzione in cui lo attacchiamo. Questa è l'opzione in cui panichiamo. Questa è l'opzione in cui l'attacchiamo dicendo vabbè mi sacrifico.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up.
Okay, let's go again.
Let's appeal to her better nature.
Questa è
Never
quella in
tried
cui le
that.
diciamo che è una principessa.
I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
She skewers you.
Eccoci qua.
See? We're getting better.
Insomma.
Okay, yeah. That was a good one. None of this is working. Think.
Questa è quella in cui pensi a un'altra
She
scelta.
skewers you.
Eccoci qua.
We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time.
You're right. One last time, that's all we need. And then everything goes dark.
And you die.
die.
Eccoci qua. Mutually Assured Destruction, capitolo 4.
You're all right,
Ok.
don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and we'll take it from here.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
Ah, partiamo già equipaggiati sto
Oh.
giro.
What if we throw it out the window?
Lui non continua a provare nome a cazzo.
My dead body.
Ok.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore. Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman? Sure, I can think of a better way to die.
Ah sì?
They're all the same, really.
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah,
Ci sta.
leave it to the pros.
Siamo i professionisti, bro.
Time.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only... It's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along.
Bravo.
Sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this.
Dai, non fare... Dai, descrivimi un paio di cose, così giusto per
Don't
dare
care,
l'idea.
just want to win.
Vero, però...
Fine. You make
Che bel
your way to the
posticino.
basement,
Non è neanche
where
più
the
legato ormai. Non gliene frega più un cazzo, cioè, sta lì...
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together.
E invece...
But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Vai.
I'm not going to wait for an answer.
Perfetto.
I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Vai.
You gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
Dai, non fare così, mamma mia.
She says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to
Questa è un'altra voce.
describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
Ah!
She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering.
Ma che
against the
figo!
walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Ricordiamo, la principessa comunque non è armata.
Are you ready for what comes next?
E che dobbiamo fare? Va bene.
Holy shit! She's gorgeous.
Absolutely divine.
Mo, non è esattamente come la descriverei io.
Yes! Behold, the perfect woman.
Ok ragazzi, allora io non voglio fare king shaming. Però le lame, davvero? Un corpo fatto di spade?
Do you think we can throw her out?
E ancora sto a pensare, ok.
Looked painful.
Eh sì, in effetti.
How is she still alive?
Perché c'è il cuore che batte.
Heart's still beating, that's all she needs.
Eh sì.
This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit.
Ci
I'm
rinuncio, ok.
done. Forget it.
Dai.
What just happened?
Shh,
It's so quiet.
troppa gente che parla. Tutti zitti.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
You do not act, and yet, through that inaction, your body moves in its own. The princess strikes as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you are already somewhere else.
You're
Attenzione,
incredible.
ho sbloccato l'ultra istinto. Attenzione. Your weapons clash again and again. You and her entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of the tides back and forth between you. the deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound, and the faster the momentum volleys between you. Siete diventati fortissimi. An endlessly building crescendo, and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition, and hers strikes too. Hey! Master yourself and vanquish a sharp foe. Water and steel, okay. Both strikes are little. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. È diventato un fiorellino? Che è successo? You do not get to see each other die. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place. Approach the mirror. Oh, you do so. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It is time for you to see what's in it. The body, it's you. It's you. Undertale, despite everything, it's still you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. Stai a vedere che diventiamo noi la principessa? You are at the cabin. Approach her. Sta prendendo fuoco. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between. Un po' troppo metafisico.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
You're the thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought it was a dream. Quindi ricordiamo il capitolo 2 della prima versione?
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Conosci il narratore?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Io?
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Ok. Sei la principessa?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Ok. But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Sì? Sì? Cosa sei, di preciso?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Cosa pensi che io sia?
I think that you are like me.
Ah sì?
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Ok. Regalo di un fragile vessel, non so come tradurlo vessel.
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own.
Ok, quindi ogni volta che raggiungiamo un ending in cui uccidiamo effettivamente la principessa, una volta per tutte, lei ottiene un nuovo vessel.
This one
Ok.
is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy.
Ho sbagliato, scusate. She will make for an indomitable heart.
Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Ok. Questa è la fine del mondo?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Non lo so. Sei tu che mi hai mandato a uccidere la principessa?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Ok. Conosci i mondi oltre questo posto?
I know only that they are.
sai che esistono. Ok. E mo?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspective,
Ok.
so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Ok, come immaginavo l'endgame è riportare a lei tutte le principesse. Non hai paura che ti ammazzi?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Ottima prospettiva. Quanti ne devo prendere ancora?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Poco d'aiuto, signorina. Poco d'aiuto. E se non volessi?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now.
Perfetto.
Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Ok. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Sì, come lo vuoi chiamare, chiamalo, però lo farai. Infatti, stai dai, facciamo i
How can
seri.
I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Va bene,
She asks that I
proseguiamo
tell
il
her
nostro
to remember
viaggio.
her.
Ok, certo che me ne ricorderò, difficilmente mi dimenticherò di una cosa che è fatta di spade.
You won't.
Ok, ok. Lei mi chiede di ricordarmi di lei? Non lo farai. Everything goes dark and you die. Ormai siamo abituati. The hero and the princess.
Your Honor?
Back we go again. Andiamo. Questa volta voglio provare a chiacchierare con lei. Voglio provare a chiacchierare con lei.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands.
Ok, vabbè.
and
Ok,
against your
questo
better
l'abbiamo già
judgment,
visto.
you step forward to speak with the princess face to face.
Supposed to end the world.
Unarmed.
Once everything I like the world, I think. Is that why they threw me? Okay.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall?
Ok, questa roba l'abbiamo
Have
già,
they told
già
you I'm
vista.
allegedly so?
Che farai se ti lascio
dangerous?
uscire?
Princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
Huh.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
Che risposta
At the
strana.
end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about.
Ok, what's your name? What's your name gliel'ho chiesto. Da quant'è che stai qua sotto? Troppo a lungo. Penso che abbiamo parlato abbastanza. Ok, non vuoi attaccare.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Però no, aspetta, non è quello che ho fatto la prima volta. No, io voglio fare quello. Calma. Posso ristartare? Non voglio ristartare. No, voglio restartare. Oh no. Oh no. Vabbè, ormai.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
Questa volta niente...
We shouldn't have hesitated.
Niente coltello?
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat, with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Tower. Ok. Nuova route.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that,
Blah, blah,
you're
blah, blah.
here to slay her.
Bla 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 bla. Oh, il solito déjà vu.
A terrible sense of If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
In effetti.
What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Ah, quindi stavolta partiamo con Broken?
She's
Ok.
not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Pretty sure this whole thing just happened.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
Vabbè, vediamo
So
che
two
dice.
very different. Let's say you died last time.
Of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die.
What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other... What do you mean? Of course there weren't any... Yeah, if it's the latter, do you think the people there lived...
If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end.
Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
Va bene, procediamo. Non so...
Warning. Before you go any further. She will lie. She will cheat.
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Ok, stavo per dire, faccio un po' fatica a capire cosa vuole che il gioco faccia nelle varie route. Nel senso che appunto per iniziare una certa route devi fare delle scelte specifiche. Quindi se noi decidiamo di attaccarla, stabbarla dopo averle parlato, a quanto pare entriamo nella route delle spade. Se decidiamo di parlarle e poi decidiamo di andarcene, entriamo nella route quella là del Nightmare. Se decidiamo di attaccarla dopo averle parlato solo un po', a quanto pare finiamo in questa route qui. Ora, iniziare la route non è un problema, basta che fai sempre delle scelte diverse e a posto. Quello che non mi è chiaro è, o meglio, quello che non mi era chiaro fino a poco fa, è come il gioco vuole che io prosegua durante le route. Perché chiaramente per proseguire in questa route dovrò fare delle scelte che siano congrue alla crescita della storia verso quell'obiettivo. Quindi appunto quando ho scelto la route delle spade ho continuato ad attaccarla e lei ha continuato ad ammazzarmi con le spade, ha senso. In questa route stavo per dire, non so di preciso cosa dovrei fare per proseguire. Che SWAT hanno avuto questa idea molto intelligente di usare le voci per darti degli indizi. Quindi la voice of the cheated ti dice ma che cazzo, ci ha ammazzato una volta, però stavolta se siamo svegli facciamo le stesse cose ma con più attenzione. E infatti l'abbiamo fatta e abbiamo proseguito con quella narrativa. Questa volta invece è Voice of the Broken che ci dice forse quello che dovremmo fare è semplicemente rinunciare e dire ok, liberiamola, aiutiamola, stiamo dalla sua parte. Vediamo se è effettivamente quello che serve per proseguire nella run.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her.
E invece mi sa che lo farò.
I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Mi sa che è proprio quello che farò.
I agree.
Ho salvato? Sì. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her. But if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter.
Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Ok.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
No, io voglio seguire Broken.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest.
La madonna.
The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. Why do we feel so small?
We don't feel small. We are small.
So anything about the mirror is all coming different last time. Approach the mirror, take the blade.
You take the blade from the
No,
altar.
forse non avremmo dovuto
It would be
prenderla.
difficult to slay the princess and save the world
No.
without a weapon.
Beh, no. No, non da qua. Questo qua.
We might as I'm not your bitch. If that
Proseguiamo, bla 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 bla. Non voglio prendere la spadina, voglio avvicinarmi al...
walk up to the wall next to the basement door.
Vediamo
It's
se
a
stavolta
wall. There isn't
vediamo
much to see
qualcosa.
here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Proviamo a ripulirlo, vediamo se sparisce,
You
sparisce.
reach forward
Ok.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Vabbè, stai
We
calmo
should
però.
count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Ok, entriamo.
No blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
Ok.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall.
Minchia.
The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Dai, non male.
This is actually kind of nice.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Sempre la
Her
stessa
booming
frase.
voice rolls
Bello,
up the
bello.
stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't
Witness
kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed.
Vabbè, ormai.
She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Ok, andiamo. Vediamo cosa sarà
Making
questa
your way
volta.
down the spiral staircase is a
Making my way
time-consuming and
down,
exhausting
walking
effort,
fast.
every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
Come sarà questa principessa?
The princess
Ehi.
towers over you,
Ah, faccelo
almost
cazzo.
glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
Ho capito, Broken. Dai, adesso lo facciamo.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
Ok, quindi anche lei è consapevole del precedente.
I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's
Come?
disappointed in us?
No, dai.
Kneel.
Maronna. Sì.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Può essere che sia la scelta che facciamo prima di ucciderla a cambiare il path, la route che prendiamo?
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson.
Okay.
You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable.
È ineluttabile.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
Ci sta che il narratore continui
The
a...
situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Sono un po' di robe interessanti qua. Vediamo che fa con questa.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
Ok. Vorrei farti le domande.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird.
Va bene, bastava dirlo, niente domande.
There's
Ok.
an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept.
Va
A
bene,
priest, perhaps, or a pet.
ok, capisco. Cosa vorresti fare di preciso?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
Perché infatti non le rompi da
Don't be
solo?
rude. Of course she can.
Però perché ci sta chiedendo da noi di
It's
farlo?
not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
In effetti.
That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The
Okay.
story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn. A better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Ok. Bello il fatto... Ci stavo giusto pensando mentre parlava. Bello il fatto che tu non abbia scelta qua, fondamentalmente. Perché, appunto, hai già rinunciato. No? Tu non hai più una volontà tua, fai quello che devi. Anche se è un gioco a scelte, qui scelte non ne hai, perché hai già rinunciato. Non sei più disposto a combattere contro di lei, è così e basta. La tua volontà è già stata avviluppata nella sua.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
E come farei a fermarmi?
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now.
Ah, ok.
An echo.
Dimmi di più, scopriamo qualcosa sul narratore?
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Ah!
Ma che urlo è? Era terribile.
Rise, my little bird.
Il peggior voice acting di sempre. Quella singola parte è stata proprio brutta.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Che figo.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Break her chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Ok. Che succede adesso? Aspetta, facciamo un quick save. Che succede mo?
Nothing. And then, everything.
Ok, prendiamole la mano. Pledge your loyalty to your better. Ok. E adesso? But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared, but it is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
This is what we all deserve, isn't it?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Listen to your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. Ah, they're gone! Parla delle voci, perché effettivamente da questo momento in poi non le sentiamo più. It's time for you to see what's in it. Eccoci. The bloat. You've grown. Siamo cresciuti. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Eccoci qua. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready,
Che belle
I will
queste
wipe your
illustrazioni.
slate clean once again.
Sei la stessa cosa di prima? Quanto sei cambiata?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Che bei parallelismi. What does it feel to change like this?
eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
Ok. Sai già cosa vorrei fare quando tutto questo sarà finito?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Ok. Non è detto che voglio ammazzarlo, ma Why can I not do the same things I've done before? Huh?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen.
Ah, quindi mi taglia via le cose che ho già fatto?
They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Bella questa cosa. A livello di gameplay è molto comoda. È un po' restringente, diciamo, per il giocatore che magari vuole recuperarsi un po' i vecchi path, ricordarsi com'era andata. Però è molto comodo, molto comodo. In realtà non ci ho fatto caso finora, probabilmente perché era solo una cosa e non eravamo non eravamo intenzionati a replicarla. Però è comodo. È comodo ed è molto utile perché così semplicemente proseguiamo dritti. Bello, 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 bello. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Vero. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Vero.
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Sarebbe figo se ci fosse un numero limitato di route che tu puoi prendere. Nel senso, il gioco magari te ne propone 10, ma dopo 5 lei è completa. E quindi in base alle 5 che hai scelto, anche se tecnicamente non è che le scegli proprio volontariamente, quelle sono le caratteristiche che lei trarrà e lei è più o meno buona in base alle cose che le hai portato, ai regali che le hai portato. Qualche parere su questo verso?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart.
Anche perché di base le principesse sono tutte cattive, immagino, quindi.
Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
It's rich, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Ok. Quanti te ne servono ancora?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
Va bene.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
Quindi posso anche decidere di distruggere me stesso o attaccare lei. Questa salviamocela come cosa che potrebbe fare comodo. Prima o poi vorrei capire cosa succede se prendo quelle due scelte. Bene, torniamo indietro.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
Bene, una cosa positiva.
We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. Ok, Dominant Vessel.
You're on a path in the
The
woods.
tower to...
And
Oh,
at the end
fammi
of that
indovinare.
path is
No,
a
però non ha
cabin.
senso.
And in the basement of that cabin is a
In
princess.
corso. Ok. Minchia, sono tanti sti achievement. Che strano achievement. Yeah, yes, I paid make some money along the way. Wow, sono davvero tanti sti achievement. Va bene. Andiamo. Questa volta voglio fare la route, quella là che abbiamo fatto l'altra volta. In realtà
Still listening to reason.
ho sbagliato perché mi sono dimenticato che l'altra volta me ne ero andato, giustamente.
Lock eyes with the princess.
Ma cazzo, no, ma perché? Ma io non voglio... Come avevo fatto ad andarmene? Forse perché avevo parlato con lei? Va bene, stavolta proviamo a liberarla dalle catene.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
In effetti avrebbe poco senso. Okay, do you have any ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe there's still... For now, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You
Okay.
attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Scusami?
Is someone else here?
Hello?
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Ma
I'll repeat
dai.
myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Ma il narratore si sta ribellando a me? Torniamo
You make your
indietro?
way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Io comunque sto voice volume lo sento sempre più basso. Vabbè.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Ah no, ok, pensavo fossero la stessa cosa. No, save the princess a questo punto. No, rimaniamo su questo, dai.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Potevi tagliarlo tipo qua, subito sotto la mano, che comunque ci passava, non c'era bisogno di tagliargli pure sto pezzo. Vabbè.
You cut into her flesh.
Lei non mi sembra particolarmente disturbata dalla cosa, quindi ok.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
Bello.
She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm?
Infatti.
It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Ok, torniamo alla porta.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Ha preso lui il controllo.
Watch me.
Ha preso lui il controllo. Warn her. Ah, ok, posso...
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop
figo.
resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist. Gli altri non li posso scegliere, ok.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Oh no.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
The prisoner.
You're on a path. You're here.
Ok.
Don't forget what he did to us the last time around.
Siamo
I
scettici.
wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
Ok.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Va bene, procediamo direi.
A warning, she will lie. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to.
Amico, amico.
Did you just say wink? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Ok, quindi dobbiamo tirarla fuori.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No, possiamo entrare tranquillamente. No, anzi, non lo so, voglio prenderla? La prendo, facciamo un quick save. La prendo, può servire magari per rompere di nuovo le...
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the... Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone. You walk up to the wall. What are you talking about?
Vabbè, comunque è sempre la stessa cosa.
But there was a... and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Ok, entriamo.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. the chains binding both her wrists to the far
Madonna
wall,
mia.
joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
Sì.
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Quella è per noi, vero?
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Vero? I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just going to leave her in here. No. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Ok.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sì, va bene.
You do as
Mi
she
fido.
asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Cosa intendi?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here?
Non lo so bene neanche io ancora.
There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
Penso la seconda.
Right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Tu non ti ricordi nulla? È strano.
Are we acknowledging
okay.
that? I thought
Oh,
we weren't going to
fuck.
give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use.
Fuck.
This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
Ok.
Contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably. I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
Maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I wanted to be confronted by the alternative.
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Non proprio del tutto,
Exactly. He gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
Cazzo, sì!
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much.
No, dimmi di
Your
più,
success
cazzo.
hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
Cazzate.
I won't. Fine. But you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Che è successo dopo che sono morto l'ultima volta?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
Dici?
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
The other chain on the wall, who's it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
Penso proprio che sia quella la
I
scelta
hope I don't actually
definitiva.
have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Vorrei dare
I
un'occhiata.
wouldn't do that if I were you. And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
Forse?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will.
Beh, in effetti.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am.
Ok, diamo un'occhiata.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Yes, it's bad. Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Ma che cazzo?
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Ah,
Excuse me?
è stata la principessa?
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Prison of the Become your own jailer.
Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we?
Eh sì,
That's funny.
è un po' un impasse questo, no?
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
Moriremo di sete, mi sa.
That's horrible.
Prima che morire di
It's
fame.
not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
E quindi siamo qui.
Yep.
Che si fa?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Sapevi che sarebbe successo?
No.
Vabbè. Potevi parlare un po' di più, eh?
Nope.
Ok.
That's rude.
Beh,
You and the
aspettiamo.
princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything.
This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing. But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
Ma tanto lei non può
She's
scappare,
not
no?
ending anything. She's just sitting there.
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
Ma
How exactly does that
hai detto che sarebbe un problema se solo uscisse dalla
It
cabina, no?
just does. But
Your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more
Che
time. And after
stronzo.
that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
if time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Fatto caso che le cose stanno cambiando?
I don't like small talk. Remember?
Still rude.
Vabbè. Che cazzo... vabbè. Attendiamo.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change.
The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
Minchia, sta passando un bel po' di
Doesn't make
tempo,
sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
Avremmo dovuto essere decomposti, oserei
She
dire.
hasn't starved. I guess she hasn't.
E neanche noi. O sì?
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... And...
I think he's gone.
What?
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin.
Oh,
And
fuck.
nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Tecnicamente è vero, siamo fuori.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Oh no. Oh merda, sta venendo trascinata via. Ok. But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It is time to leave. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's
No.
that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Vai tranquillo.
But
Va
it
tutto
feels so
bene.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back.
Va tutto bene, tranquilli.
If you say so, we'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
Appropinquiamoci. You approach the mirror. Gaze your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. The cave, you've withered. Ok? Ah, perché praticamente segue quello che succede alla principessa. La principessa prima era diventata più grande e quindi siamo cresciuti anche noi. Questa volta invece lei è avvizzita e siamo avvizziti pure noi. Ok. Figo. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
I
Eccoci.
am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Ma no.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be, but that doesn't make any of them less special.
Sai cosa succede nei mondi che abbandoniamo?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
Ah, ok.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
A che punto
We
siamo?
will know when we near our destination.
Ok, quindi ancora niente. Torniamo.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Ogni volta mi fa prendere un colpo. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the prisoner to her.
You're on a path. You're here.
Io vorrei capire come faccio a uscire.
You take the...
Stavolta voglio farlo, cioè.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a...
Ok, tighten your grip. Possiamo solo parlare. I'm not dropping the blade. Penso che siamo nel pass. Si vede di non voler parlare.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something...
Drop the blade. Relationship, how would you... Questa sarà la prossima che facciamo, eh. Voglio seguire il path della romance. Sono qui perché in teoria dovresti distruggere il mondo. Speravo me lo potessi dire tu. I get you. What's your name? Ok. Quanto sei qua? Ok, penso di aver sentito abbastanza. Me ne vado di qua. No! Ma scusami, che cazzo avevo fatto io? No, è impossibile. Cioè, non esiste più la chance di... No, ma non è possibile. Mi stai dicendo che io non ho più la chance di fare quello che avevo fatto? Scusami, adesso voglio capire. Perché questa roba è importante ed è super figa. Cioè, mi stai dicendo che io, nel momento in cui fallisco una route, perdo la possibilità di fare quella route? Route. Allora, vediamo. Mi sa di sì. Cioè, se fallisci una route, perdi la possibilità di fare quella route. Ma che cazzo? Eh sì, perché guarda, questo è questo. Però lei ha un'altra faccia. Aspetta, cosa avevo fatto prima? Ok, we have talked enough. Eh sì, quello ho fatto. What to do with me? You know why you're here. Sì! Eccola qua. È questo. È questo. Avevo una scelta in più. Ma dai. Quindi se fallisci una route non la puoi più rifare. Ma porco Giuda. Che storia. Cioè, un po' mi rode il culo. Perché vuol dire che ne perdo un sacco. Se fallisco. Va bene.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a...
Ok. Princess. Ah, forse perché l'avevo fissata. Ok, proviamo così. Drop the blade. Ok. Here because you're supposed to end the world. I was hoping you could tell me. What's your name? How long have you been here? Okay, we've talked enough. No, vedi, non esiste più. Cioè, quella strada non esiste più. È inutile che ci provo. Basement. Okay.
Oh, are you now?
Haven't decided yet. Tighten your grip. Sì, ok.
You stare at the princess. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
You sure you don't want to talk? Drop the blade. Okay. Relationship?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Ok. E quindi se chiudo qua?
Oh, have you decided what...
You know why you're here.
Ti porto fuori.
Oh, you have to be kidding.
Do you have any ideas?
Well, you do have that big, sharp knife. You could always cut me out of here.
Oh, forse sarebbe meglio di
She
no.
speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way.
Ok. E quindi niente. Siamo ritornati su questa route? Ah, ok, però mi ha bloccato Save the Princess. Quindi devo per forza ucciderla. Ok, facciamolo.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down. The princess flinches as you strike, and your weapon sinks into her shoulder.
You bastard. If I have to kill you to leave this place, I'll do it.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that razor sharpness in her gaze? I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's unarmed, and there's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, she kicks out, knocking your legs out from under you. The two of you struggle on the ground. You lash out with the blade, slicing wherever you can. Her fists connect with your body again and again, each blow stronger than the last, shattering bone and rupturing tissue with reckless abandon. Forget trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Ok, uccidiamola.
You roll out of her grasp and shakily push yourself back to your feet. Though every inch of you is in pain, the princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. She pauses for a moment, catching her breath, staring at you with wild eyes. We can still turn this around.
Give up, finish her, run for the stairs and lock her in the basement, maybe she'll bleed out. Chissà perché queste sono bloccate. Cioè, quando erano bloccate perché il narratore aveva preso il controllo, aveva senso. Questo non l'ho capito. Va bene, finish the
You
job.
steel your resolve and take another step towards the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What was that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job.
Bello.
The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Il cuore non è proprio lì, però vabbè.
Oh,
The two of you fall to the floor.
this was fun. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have the time to worry over her words. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The adversary. Ok.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Perfetto, vado a raccattare qualcosina da mangiare. Fra un paio di minuti proseguiamo. Ok. Rieccoci. Allora.
You're here to slay her. A terrible
Vediamo chi
sense
abbiamo
of
sbloccato
David doesn't remember
stavolta.
what happened. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot. That's fine.
Ah, Stubborn.
It doesn't matter if he can hear us. The only thing that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Ok. Quindi questa volta l'obiettivo è menarla. Ok, proseguiamo.
A warning. She will lie.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you
Okay.
sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
Bene.
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do... You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking? You reach for, but now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Ok.
You take the blade from the...
Andiamo. Siamo pronti.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulphuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall. Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
È diventata come cazzo si chiama la classe di D&D?
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
What's that? Oh, that whole deja vu situation. Yes, it does seem like you and the princess remember each other, so let's say for a moment that I do believe you. For all we know, whatever happened to you last time was just a fluke, and beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember what happened last time. Are you okay? Of course I'm not okay.
Po' incazzatello,
We're all concerned. The fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Però c'ha ragione, c'è da dirlo, stavolta c'ha ragione.
You look exactly the same. Oh, I remember you all right. Best 3 minutes of my life. So, why don't we do it again?
See? She wants to fight us again. There's no reason for us to stand around talking.
What is there to unpack? I was dead and now I'm not, and the same goes for you. There. Unpacking done.
La fai un po' più facile di quello che in realtà sembrerebbe essere, eh. Butto lì.
Don't you get it? We've been given free rein to wail on each other. Forever.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Finally ready to complete your destined task, you launch off the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count. Oh, we'll make it count all right. As you bridge the gap, your blade slashes across the princess's chest, splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood. But she's unfazed by your onslaught. Her expression barely changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor. You can hear her chains snap as you struggle to recover from the impact.
Oh merda, si è liberata? È la prima volta che si libera dalle catene o è solo la mia impressione?
Disappointed in us.
Ah,
Why
no,
is she
non è vero, in
disappointed
caso.
in us?
La prima volta
You don't
si era
actually
liberata.
get it, do you? That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me. It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point?
Mi piace però questa sua
So
versione.
don't be
Mi
afraid.
piace.
Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world needs you to win. She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us. Take it slow, think it through, and don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action. Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her. If that's your plan, then that's your plan. You push off the ground, ignoring the pain in your ribs as you charge at the princess once more. You can feel flesh give way before a sudden impact blunts your momentum, your weapon tightly lodged in the bone of her arm. She grins at you from behind her guard. Pull it out. We'll try a different angle. No, we can do this. Just keep pushing. We're not gonna win if our
Assatanato.
weapon's stuck in her arm.
No. Keep pushing.
The princess's
Mi
grin
fido.
widens as the two of you push against each other, her fiery eyes
È cambiato il puntatore.
practically lighting up the dreary cave.
Adesso c'è il sangue sopra. Ma che figo.
Yes. You finally get it, don't you?
Ma che figo, non ci avevo mai fatto caso. Forse l'avevo già fatto prima. I do.
Nothing exists outside of us. It's just you and me, dying and coming back, clashing against each other. Forever.
That's not what's going on. There's an entire world at stake here. Yes, the fate of the world doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this fight. The only thing that matters is getting stronger. And the only way to get stronger is to win, even if it takes us forever to get there. Your balance is suddenly thrown off as the princess pulls you into her knee. It collides with your ribs, and you feel them splinter, cracking like wet wood from the impact. We're fine! You have
Insomma.
enough time to notice before the princess follows up and smashes her forehead against yours. Your grip loosens from the impact, the blade still wedged in her arm as you tumble to the cold stone floor. I said we're fine.
Non lo so, Stubborn. Forse non
Say you
proprio.
weren't fine. I was just describing what happened. You might not have said as much, but you certainly implied it. It really doesn't matter. The princess glances down at the blade embedded in her arm, and with near total ignorance to pain, slides it out of its sinewy prison.
You forgot this.
Vero.
She tosses it at your feet.
I drank with a gun where there needs me where more. No, non me ne frega un cazzo, voglio vedere more when you say that nothing exists outside of us. No. No, continuiamo a combattere. Ma prima vado a raccattare altro cibo. A fra poco. Rieccomi. Pronto ancora a menare le mani.
You and the princess attack each other once again, each of you dealing a single, terrible, lethal blow.
Attenzione, quindi si ricomincia? Nuovo capitolo?
Wait, does that mean we're dead? Or rather...
Giustamente. Giustamente.
As your blade pierces her sternum, the princess buries her fist into the soft meat of your organs. You feel a few horrifically painful pops, a gush of fluid, and it's over. It's finally over.
No, it's not. We're just getting started.
But it is over. Dead is dead. I know this isn't the happiest ending for you, but you saved the entire world from ruin. There are few better endings than that.
Well, are you going to listen to him? Or are you going to listen to me? Get up.
Wait, no, that can't be.
Peccato.
Your eyes bolt open and you push yourself back to your feet. Alive.
Ah! I told you. I told you this wasn't over.
What about her? The blade went right through her heart.
Qualcosa mi dice che si alzerà anche lei fra poco.
What about her? If we're fine, then she's fine.
No, she's dead. She has to be... No!
E buttalo un urlo ogni tanto come Dio comanda. No!
Right. We're all shit out of luck, aren't we?
È bravo come doppiatore, ma si caga ad alzare la voce. Anche come... Ah! Figa, stai venendo massacrato.
I knew it. I told you we should all believe in her. This is perfect.
Ok.
The princess rises.
Quindi andremo avanti così all'infinito?
Staggering slightly, one hand wrapped around the hilt of the blade still buried in her heart.
We don't even need to start over anymore, do we? Let's go again.
She pulls the weapon from her chest, barely wincing, and hurls it at your feet. You know what to do. Again!
Tiefling, ecco come si chiama quella classe. È una
But
Tiefling.
she came back. What's the point of fighting her if she can just do that?
Ma possiamo fare lo stesso anche noi.
All of you
E
need
quello è
to
il
settle
punto.
down. This whole situation is coming dangerously close to untethering. She clearly never actually died. You just missed her heart, that's all. Oh, we just missed her heart. Oh, of course, that's all. You were the one who said we hit her heart. You were the one who said it was finally over.
Mi sa
Well,
che non ha ben
I guess
capito.
I had it wrong. You guess you had it wrong. Aren't you supposed to know everything?
E in effetti.
I never said I knew everything.
Ah no? E beh, in effetti abbiamo detto noi che non è un narratore onnisciente, quindi. Che significa?
Nothing. It means nothing. I shouldn't have said that.
Scusami.
You did say it, so it means something. Oh, stop bickering over nothing. Our destiny is right in front of us. Pick up the blade and go to her. Okay, fine. That is what I meant by untethering. Do you hear him rambling on about destiny? He's lost the thread, and if you lose the thread, you won't be able to save the world.
Ma tanto non lo salverò comunque il mondo
What
fra.
was that supposed to mean? I don't have to answer that, and I'm not going to answer that. Why the bloody hell not? Because right now, there's still a razor-thin chance that you're able to get your act together. There are patterns of thought out there that beg to be finished, but once you finish them, that's it. They change everything. There's no going back, and if I say anything else, you're going to finish one of those thoughts. What?
Non so quale vorrei di queste. Cioè, non voglio che lei muoia, ma allo stesso tempo forse è il caso che lei muoia. Ah, ok, ho letto male. Ho letto lie, the princess can't die. Invece, niente. Penso che andrò con questo.
But you did think it, didn't you? I tried, you know. I tried very hard to make this work. I don't like that resignation. Are you sure we can't just unthink it? Yes, like I said, I'm afraid some thoughts can't be unthought. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to pour myself a stiff drink. If I'm going to see the end of everything, I'd rather not be sober. So I was right! Why are all of you so glum? This is perfect, isn't it? We get to experience greatness and battle and triumph forever. But I think it was the stubborn one who said, your destiny awaits, right? No, hold on. There has to be another way. What if we just leave her down here? What if we run away? What if we convince her not to end the world? You can't reason with her. Ending the world is her fundamental nature. It's not a decision she can flip on and off. It is her.
Però scusami, a questo punto vuol dire che anche noi non possiamo morire, no? E se noi non possiamo morire, come facciamo ad andare avanti? Cioè non c'è più quel everything goes dark and then you die. Giusto?
And what exactly can't we leave her down here? Because all it would do is stall the inevitable. And what's wrong with stalling? Oh, there's plenty wrong with stalling. The end is still the end, and I'd rather face mine head on. Oh, you mopey ass. Why did you even ask us to slay her if it was going to end like this? Because it didn't have to end like this. If you don't mind, I'd rather not spend everyone's last moments arguing with you. It's time. Yes, I suppose it is. If we fight her forever, then maybe she can't end the world. Maybe everything can still work out. I guess we'll just have to see how things play out.
Don't you get it? You don't have to shuffle your feet. What comes next is going to last forever.
With an unbreakable determination, you snatch the blade from the floor and stumble back to your feet. Both you and the princess quake with adrenaline as your eyes lock across the basement floor and share a knowing look. Free from hesitation, you close the distance, both you and the princess aiming to end each other. Your blade digs into her neck, grinding against her vertebrae as her fist connects with your body. The impact forces the air from your lungs, stars dancing in front of your eyes as you fail to keep your bearing. You both collapse to the ground before either of you has a chance to survey the damage. And then we get up. Yes. And then you get up.
È diventata più grande?
More.
O è solo una mia impressione?
You and the princess exchange dozens of devastating blows. Sometimes you manage to strike first, and sometimes she tears through you before you have
Quelle
a
sono le sue budella?
But more often than not,
Oddio,
each
la
of you
faccio.
fells the other in the same moment. And then you get up and do it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. We're all still here. This is all gonna be okay. Isn't it? Isn't it?
But he doesn't answer the voice. He'll never answer. This is it.
What are you waiting for? I'm right here. Do you think this is...
The end.
What is this place?
Did we do this? Huh. I didn't think we had it in us. But I guess that stuck-up control freak was right. It's the end of the world, isn't it? It's the end of everything. Far from it. We're still here. And she's still here too.
The princess stumbles and her body slumps.
I feel so tired.
Finalmente? Eccola qua. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, just trust me. We've been here before and you always get
But
scared.
it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
Fai silenzio, stopper. It's going to be okay.
Maybe there'll be a good fight there. Maybe we'll find her again.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gets into your reflection. Once again, the mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. Ok. Non riesco a capire se si sta definendo sempre di più la sua immagine o se sono io che sono pazzo in culo. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it. We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own, and because of that, nothing can't exist. If I did, I would already be awake. No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
È interessante che finalmente parliamo di lui, perché finora hanno completamente ignorato la cosa. E vorrei delle risposte.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Ok, un po' strano da dire considerando che le uniche risposte che tu stai trovando sono grazie a me. Però va bene, I guess. If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. No, questo quindi è l'ultimo?
One.
Eccoci qua.
Whatever you bring me next will be
Fuck,
enough.
questo è l'ultimo.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
Ok. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Quindi questa sarebbe la mia ultima chance di fare una di queste due cose. Penso che lo farò. Voglio vedere che succede. Prima voglio distruggere il mio corpo. You raise your will to end your life. But as it burrows into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently plucks the instrument from your hands.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Posso attaccare lei? Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Ok, allora carico. Non voglio lasciarle brutti ricordi. Ok, torniamo indietro.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Sì,
I will be here, waiting for you.
ok. Everything goes dark and you die. E io mi cago ogni cazzo di volta che fa sta cosa, mannaggia. The hero and the princess. Che le porto adesso? Me ne vado.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
No. That's where I'm not going. Non andrò là.
Ah, good. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange.
Ok.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
You're not killing the princess. Woods asking you to kill someone. You're not emotionally like me mean to doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself.
Quindi questo è effettivamente un loop.
Fated confrontation with the princess. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Perfetto. E io me ne sbatto il
here we
cazzo.
go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
Scusami?
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin.
Oh no.
And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
No, è solo che tu non mi stai dando risposte, pezzo di merda.
You know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain
È colpa
death.
più tua che mia. Scusami, però, voglio dire.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Ah, ok. Perfetto.
You're on a path. You're here to... A terrible...
If he doesn't remember...
I don't know. I think it's more
Contrarian.
fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Arrivo subito. Poso il piatto.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
Nah.
The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Mamma mia. Che modi. Those walls weren't here last time. You can just form it. Ah, è vero. If you want me to go, then I'm gonna stay here in the woods. Say woods forever. Aspetta. Facciamo così. Quick save.
You have already committed to my completion.
Oh no.
You cannot go further astray.
Oh no, è diventata GLaDOS. E ste
What are
mura?
you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Ok, quindi non posso fare... Non posso stare qua, ok.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Ok.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Let's keep an open mind.
Procediamo.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors,
che figo.
all projected across what's almost the same space. It's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Tipo il tavolo, è super strano con i piedi.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Però l'arma rimane...
The blade is your
funzionale.
implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust.
Okay.
Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong.
Cos'è che c'è? Un'altra finestra?
Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action save the entire world.
Ok.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Sono curioso anche io.
Because you're going to pull yourself together.
Non
Just
so.
ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us.
I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Ok.
Okay, I'm fine.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Diamo un'occhiata al
You reach
mirror.
forward, and now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Prendiamo la spadina.
Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that.
Then how are we supposed to hold it?
The other way, thumb at the bottom. We'll look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
Ti prego, dimmi che cambia il
It
puntatore.
really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Al contrario.
Switch your-
Ma che bello, cazzo!
Congratulations.
Ma che bello! Ma che bello che cambia il puntatore!
Isn't this so
Ma
much
queste
better?
piccolezze che fanno tutta la differenza
Okay,
del
fine.
mondo.
You're right. This does look a lot better.
It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Lanciamolo via dalla finestra. Sì!
Yes, do it.
Sì!
Seriously.
Abbiamo rotte due.
You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it. We'll
Okay.
be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that.
I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon.
No, vai tranquillo.
What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
E andiamo.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing
Che
a web
bordello.
of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby.
Non è proprio
I
contento di
want
questa
to do
storia.
this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
Ovvero?
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Stiamo giocando. Stiamo giocando a Stanley Sparrow praticamente. Andiamo dritti.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
Ok.
And so you take one careful, focused step after another. One foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Ciao.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Didn't realize I was here.
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart.
Sì.
If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
È quello che dici sempre.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this.
Voglio farlo anch'io.
It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
No, non siamo mai stati
Does it
qui.
matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
We can make even more of her? Possiamo farne altre?
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again.
Oh.
I don't like where this is going.
Ooh.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it?
It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Qual è il tuo nome?
Princess.
You
che
can call me
cazzo-
Princess if you'd like.
You can address me as your Royal Highness or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Questa è la prima, è quella originale. T'ho
None
sgamata.
of them have names. How
T'ho
astute.
sgamata.
I told you she was untrustworthy.
Getting out here is weird, like a bullet part. Do you know what happened to me?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. You're not really cut out for this, are you?
Sei un fallito. Coglione. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down
Is
here?
this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster. And the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Perfetto.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different?
Vero?
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Oh, posso fare tutto insieme. Che figo. I'm getting out of here, try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can trust you. I can't trust anything here. I'll leave you in the basement. Definitely think about the time you threw the blade out of the window.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
Che caos.
But this... We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun.
merda.
How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Falls apart?
I think he's gone.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Che cazzo ho combinato?
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
Quella ha 7 dita.
How surprisingly sincere.
I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Merda. Che cazzo di linea di ragionamento
It's a
è?
little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
It's going to be okay. Ok, è stato divorato. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where? And there's that mirror.
Yeah,
blah, blah.
don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
Blah 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 blah. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. There you go once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but she needs to see what's in it. Emma? You are nothing at all! But that isn't right, you can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see the figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Il narratore! A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image and the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Merda! Quindi sei tu il narratore?
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
È colpa tua, eh? È tutta colpa tua. Cos'è che... No, if you're not me, then what are you? So many questions. Does it... Because I'm sorry, once it's straight. Stop asking questions.
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
Oh. Are you a part of me or are you something else?
I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
There's a version of you says that before, so really was meeting different yous. Vabbè, fino a qui c'eravamo arrivati, lui non aveva ricordo dei vecchi mondi, quindi... Many times, have you been in the same you all? I wasn't supposed to seal this, was I? What is this place? Where are we?
Construct.
Construct?
It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done. And it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through.
What?
The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
Allora l'ho fatto un po' male, no? Do you think save yourself for all of this? You after everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? So if you're not me, then what are you? So many questions for you. So it's like, yeah. Times have you seen us? Many of the times I met you, you denied it's ever been possible. What did you lie to me? Do you know about this? Do you know what? Questo. Oh, aspetta, faccio quick save. Qual è la mia vera identità?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Cosa vuol dire? Quelli che sono fuori dal costrutto sanno di cosa sta succedendo qui dentro?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Non ho capito. Non ho capito letteralmente un cazzo di quello che hai appena detto. Where is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
If you made us, then I want you to know this has been torture. Would I be alone? Do you have anything to return? No. Ma infatti perché non me l'hai detto sin dall'inizio?
If you actually knew what she was from the start, if you knew her capabilities, a single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the entire world.
Questo è interessante. Slice of soggy bread. È fantastica sta cosa che continuano a uscire nuove domande ogni volta che parliamo. Cioè, i pezzi sono finiti, quindi sono un numero limitato. E quindi ci sono solo un tot di domande a cui può rispondere, ma continuano a crescere ogni volta che parliamo con lui. No, volevo sapere questa qua. Aspetta, che era? No, era più sotto. L'ho persa.
As you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore. And as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die. Of course there won't be worse. I saw a glimpse of a better world, and I did what I could to make it real. Anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Run out of questions. To slay her, I want you to know that before you die for curiosity, I'm going to stray. Yeah, so let's see what she thinks about all of this.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of the glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are long quiet, a vast and omniscient God. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Okay.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the echo? Do you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Well, I'm quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So I left the fish, can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Infatti, cioè, devo scegliere io, tu non te ne sbatti il cazzo?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Still so many questions, I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. My masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason.
I think I've seen him pay himself for what I did here, but it was the only thing I could do.
I saw with a single pair of eyes what I needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are.
Sta recuperando
The
tutti i
sensation
vari
of
corpi che
bleeding
gli ho
and
dato.
sweating and breaking and mending and dying and living comes back in vivid color. A past that is also present. A pain that is everything and yet nothing at all. You feel the shame of 100 deaths and the pride of 100 conquests. All of the peaks and valleys weaving themselves into a single tapestry, free of beginning and free of end. Do you remember when we killed each other with such fervent passion that death itself no longer sat on our shoulders?
Then I can work together to build something better. We didn't have to. First, we finally. No, è stato tutto inutile, avremmo potuto fare di meglio.
But for us, that was better. For me, there was no better end. I lost myself in an artistry so profound that it lifted both of us into something greater.
Ok. Addirittura?
To question everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck.
Basso un pochino il volume perché mi sembra un po' altino adesso. E you place a shackle on your neck.
But even then, you remembered the impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing. To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things. Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their permanence?
Non lo so. Penso questo.
Or, in time, would they see it as a curse?
You become nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. You are terrified of a power so far beyond you that it strips the meaning from your every action. But at the feet of that power, the dark parts of you cannot help but burn away. Your inadequacies reduced to cinders by the blazing light of the divine. When I proclaimed my godhood and presented you with a place by my side in my new creation, you gladly took it.
Mi stai spaccando I timpani.
Without me, there is no future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness.
Miss, when I was here, submitted to you as a mistake. I would never destroy it if I were. See, by your own, I won't get you. You were consumed by your own ego.
And through your lack of one, you too were consumed. Yet together, we were able to create something beautiful.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead and alive and dead all at once. You learn to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality. And you used it to rise above me.
You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
Yeah, why we would have killed each other? We were self-destructive. If you snatched the body away, we would have killed each other. We were self-destructive.
Were we self-destructive? Or did the beauty of our dance reach beyond the shadow of death? It was lethality that made us what we were. You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
See the real things you believe in when you get to see the above. Oh, what do you think happens if we live here? Che succede se ci andiamo?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
War, I'm so sorry you're crazy. I can't really exist. There has to be something else. But I won't let you free.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Attenzione. Pensavo che le voci non fossero permesse qui.
Apparently that's not true. We can worry about it later. Seems like you've been doing alright on your own, but she's too many things at once out here.
Eh sì.
If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get past all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Sì.
Then let's go.
Oh. 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 Oh.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started.
Ma che
It's a little
figo!
after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Siamo solo io e te?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Ok. Ti ho visto anche gli stream for me? Il narratore è già andato?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Non so come mi faccia sentire il fatto che è sparito. Un po' mi dispiace in realtà.
Yeah, it's
Era parte
complicated.
del gruppo.
He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Eh sì. Ti va di raccontarmi qualcosa?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he?
È
There's no
vero?
mirror, either. I think he broke it.
Oh no.
And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Prendiamoci sta
That's
lama.
probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Vero. Però effettivamente non ha mai parlato delle finestre. Che strano.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here?
Minchia se me le
The
ricordo.
first time we heard her voice.
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
E noi non
And
conoscevamo
down we
lei.
go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And
Oh.
there you are, knife in hand. It really brings me back. Have you given up on talking? Have you finally decided to kill me? You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
Non voglio essere un dio.
Honestly, me neither.
Sei la stessa che c'è lì fuori?
No. I feel like I'm myself again.
Che vogliamo fare?
Well, I don't want to be at the end of that knife, so how about we figure something out?
Possiamo provarci?
What if we tried doing this forever? I can do whatever you think I can, right? So, make me put it all back. Make me fix the Echo's construct and make me wipe our memories of everything that's happened. Make me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up. Before either of us saw the truth.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
Quindi ci metterebbe fondamentalmente in un loop infinito, che tecnicamente raggiungerebbe l'obiettivo, no? Tiene lei a bada, impedisce a noi di diventare una divinità, che è una cosa che non vogliamo, ricostruirebbe anche il narratore. Resettare come aiuterebbe quelli che stanno fuori.
Fixing that is on you, not me. If you want me to help them, you'll have to make me help them.
Ah. Ma alla fine torneremmo qui, no?
And if we do, nothing is stopping us from making the same choice. We could just keep doing this forever.
If we're talking about this right now, how do we know we haven't done this before? Effettivamente.
I don't think that's something we'll ever get to know. But odds are we've probably done it before.
Worse, what if they... Non c'è un altro modo?
You brought that knife down here for a reason. Either you use it to kill me, or I use it to put things back.
Cioè, fondamentalmente qua la scelta è mettere fine a lei una volta per tutte, diventare una divinità. Il problema è che non ho ben capito perché dovrei volerla uccidere. Cioè, tipo, lei è la rappresentazione fisica e materiale della morte, se non ho capito male. Quindi, tipo, voglio rimuovere la morte dall'esistenza e quindi fare in modo che le persone possano vivere tranquille per sempre. Però, cioè... L'altra alternativa è riprovare con un nuovo loop e cercare di sistemarla. Cioè, portarle dei vessel che siano buoni e che le permettano di capire...
Who cares? We've hurt each other plenty, and I still like you.
Oh...
And if you're hesitating, then you must still like me, too.
È una scelta abbastanza difficile. Più che altro perché è una scommessa. Cosa farei io se mi ritrovassi in quella situazione? Con la consapevolezza... Non puoi saperlo perché vorrebbe dire cancellare le memorie di entrambi. Quindi non è che puoi dire adesso che sono consapevole di quello che è successo, le prossime volte sceglierò meglio. Io giocatore lo sono, ma il protagonista no. Cioè la persona che sta parlando con la principessa in questo momento, la divinità che non è ancora una divinità. Lei non sta ancora mantenendo i suoi ricordi e non li manterrà se ricominciamo il loop. Ah, è difficile. È difficile perché un mondo senza morte di sicuro non è una scelta sgradevole. Però questo vorrebbe dire uccidere lei. E lei, poveraccia, non ha colpa, fondamentalmente. Lei è qui perché è stata costruita qui dentro. E se tornassi una divinità e ti salvassi, scusami?
Yeah, I think it's too late for that. But maybe next time.
Ok, non posso salvarti e basta.
Well, if we change our minds, we change our minds. What matters is that we'll always have a choice. This is just the one we're making now.
È che sono così Sì, andrò per questo.
If this is your choice, then I have your back. I guess I'll see you on the other side. She takes the blade from our hand, a fondness in her gaze.
Ci vediamo presto.
Hey, I love you.
E così ricomincia il loop.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Ah, cazzo. Ricomincia così. Va bene. Ok. Chiudiamo qui. Sì, chiudiamo qui. Non so se per oggi o per sempre con Slay the Princess, perché sicuramente io vorrò andarmi a rivedere un pochino cosa succede nel caso in cui dovessi andare a prendere delle scelte diverse, poco ma sicuro. Però sono indeciso se continuare a portarlo sul canale. Più che altro perché bene o male rischia di essere un po' ripetitivo dopo un po'. Cioè abbiamo già passato 4 ore oggi e non lo so. Però molto interessante come gioco, mi ha intrattenuto davvero un sacco. E sono abbastanza contento di averlo giocato. Forse un pelino fumoso, un pelino troppo deep, sia a livello di dialoghi che a livello di concetti nella parte finale. Tutta la parte del narratore che ha creato questo construct in cui ha inserito me che però non sono niente, la morte, cioè che cazzo vuol dire? Avrei preferito sinceramente qualcosa di un po' più semplice da comprendere. Non so se sono stupido io o se è lo sviluppatore che ha un po' esagerato. Per una questione di ego tendo a propendere per la seconda. Però non si sa mai, magari tutti quegli altri che l'hanno giocato dicono ah sì vabbè ma sta roba è chiarissima e quindi sono scemo io e basta. Curioso però, molto curioso e carino il fatto che ti dia la possibilità di ricominciare il loop, perché credo che appunto in base ai vessel che tu porti alla principessa questa alla fine cambia come entità, cioè forse portandole dei vessel buoni, tra virgolette, lei è disposta a rinunciare alla sua natura di distruzione, massacro, quello che è, e questo ti permette di salvarla senza avere conseguenze negative. D'altro canto, c'è da capire se effettivamente un mondo senza morte è un mondo felice. No? Perché tipo il nostro mondo, per quanto la morte sia terribile, se non ci fosse la morte, verremmo... È strano però, perché stavo per dire, la mancanza di risorse ci ucciderebbe, ma se non c'è la morte? Che succede se finisce il cibo, se finisce l'acqua, se finisce l'ossigeno? Se iniziamo a diventare così tanti che semplicemente anche solo finisce lo spazio, oppure finisce il pianeta, cioè è difficilissimo anche solo immaginare un mondo senza morte, inteso proprio come concetto di morte, non tipo ok non muoio di vecchiaia, ma proprio non posso morire, cioè se mi accoltello al cuore non muoio, se mi sparano non muoio, se non mangio per sempre non muoio, se non bevo mai non muoio, se non respiro più non muoio, cioè è anche difficile a livello di concetto inquadrare una roba del genere. Mi chiedo come sarebbe. Non lo so. Immagino che non lo sapremo mai. Purtroppo o per fortuna. Però direi che per oggi possiamo concludere qui con Slay the Princess. Tutto sommato direi un gioco bellino, molto bellino. Mi ha divertito un sacco in realtà. Le varie voci, sia a livello di gameplay, perché la logica di cambiare ogni volta le scelte per ottenere path diversi è di base il concetto fondamentale di una visual novel, di un gioco di questo genere, di un choose your own adventure. Però portarlo a questo livello è molto particolare. Il fatto che tu ti tagli via delle opzioni fino alla prossima run, nel senso che il nostro primo path, la nostra prima route, non abbiamo più potuto farla. E quello ero curioso di recuperarla. Vedremo se effettivamente continuandola a giocare mi porta un po' ad annoiarmi. Anche se tecnicamente il gioco di per sé dura 4 ore. Quindi, cioè, effettivamente quando mi hanno scritto per la review dicevano una run dura circa 4 ore, per vedere tutti i contenuti sono circa 20 ore. Effettivamente siamo a 4 ore e 2, 4 ore spaccate praticamente di streaming, abbiamo visto un'intera run, ci può stare. Poi chiaramente in base alle scelte che prendi sono più o meno lunghe, se skippi, se non skippi, tutto quanto. Sto provando a ragionare se effettivamente ci sono state delle principesse buone, nel senso proprio del termine. Cioè nessuna di loro è stata semplicemente gentile nei nostri confronti, no? Quindi mi chiedo se è possibile ottenere 5 versioni buone di lei. Non lo so, sarà un problema del me del futuro. Detto questo, signore e signori, vi saluto. Un bacione, grazie mille a tutti per essere passati, ci becchiamo alla prossima, statemi bene e buona serata. Ciao belli.